We are we good? Alright, I guess we're back. I don't know what the hell happened. Internet being ass. Sorry about that. Anyway. Anyway. I think I was finished with my story. I didn't really have anything else to say. But yeah. All that to say, there's a lot of snobs in the plant space, and it's kind of annoying because like when you're like new to plants and stuff, there's a lot of people that are real jerks about the plants, very elitists about plants, and it's just like it's not that serious. They're just plants. We don't need to. They're not like these aren't like precious metals. But I guess some people see them that way. I personally, I mean, I like plants, but I don't. If a plant is like $500, I'm not buying it. You know what I mean? I don't need to spend $500 on something that could die, and then I've lost an investment on it. Because plants are so volatile. It's like sometimes you can do a pretty decent job of like diagnosing what the issue is if something comes up, but sometimes you don't even know what the issue is until after it's too late. And so it sucks, but that's how it is. And I don't know. I wish people weren't so annoying about plants, but people will be how they are. I think I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. What's up, Lemur Femur? I'm gonna use the bathroom, and then when we come back, I will start Ace Attorney. So, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
What's so much fun about driving on the mountain?
What you think, doofus? You drive as fast as you can, challenging the corners.
The corners, huh? That's really the kind of thing you do for fun?
I wouldn't be doing it if it was boring. Look, you're a dude, right? And you're telling me you don't feel the unquenchable desire to tackle those raging hairpins?
Oh, no.
All right. Let's play some attorney. May have to. I may have to pause again in a minute, in a little bit, not in a minute, in a little bit. To go to the bathroom again, because something tells me she is not done. But we will. Oh, we'll play it by ear. It's one of those days. But yeah, we're gonna finish. We're going to finish Ace Attorney case 6-5, and then probably start the final case, which kind of sad about. I do want to play the spin-offs at some point, but it will probably be some time before then. I think what we will probably do next is I've gotten a lot of requests to play Danganronpa, so I will most likely play the first one, and yeah, love this case. 6-5. I'm really liking it so far. It's been really interesting. I feel like it was kind of predictable how it was gonna go, but like the journey getting to this point has been really interesting, and I think that's been the best part of it, you know. I mean, very rarely does an Ace Attorney case like make me very little does it catch me off guard, like who the criminal ends up being or the perpetrator ends up being, but I think it's always like these last cases that come in with so many different twists, and it's very interesting. Do you think Simon Blackwell was better than Clavier? I don't know. I know a lot of people don't like Blackwell, but I like him. I don't know who's better per se, but I like him. I think I think the hate is forced. Um, I think the reality is that he was the central antagonist of a game in the franchise where they were taking a lot of risks, especially with like the whole 3D component and whatnot, and just like, there was a lot happening that I think some of the cases fell a little flat for me, but I don't think that was Simon's fault. I think it was the writing. But I thought he was a very interesting character. All right. Personally, I'm Godot. He's my favorite. I like Godot. I've really liked, honestly, all of the antagonists have been, all the prosecutors have been interesting. I don't really have any that I dislike. I have cases that I dislike, but um I have I don't know if I have like, you know, characters in particular that I dislike. I guess there are some that are better than others, but you know. Alright, so honestly, this case is, if I recap this whole case, it's gonna take forever, but basically all you need to know, well, not all you need to know, but it seems like the queen is the one who did the murder, and she's pulling out all the stops to get other people to defend her and be scapegoats and whatnot. So yeah, forgive me if I start out this case like weird, because it's been a minute and this case has been so long. This is now our fourth stream playing this case. I don't think we've ever spent 4 streams on a case before, so it's very long. I'm liking it. It's just I feel like I'm lost in the sauce a little bit. So I'll get there. I don't think there's that much left, but we're gonna finish it today. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. Hmm? It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Ayuda, Apollo, hold on. I'm coming. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Ayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Someday, you would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps, deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Ayuda, I knew you... However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please, try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It's the only way. But...
Insolence!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering, the immutability of his duty? It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Eminence.
Objection!
Wait a second. Why do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Ayuda. Apollo. It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. Branded him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, Ayuda and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left. It was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Not at all? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? In over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? That's right. Doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. Must have secretly planted something to topple Garan with somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. Just might find what we need to break out of this situation in there. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Waited till now? Okay. Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well, then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago? Okay, so we're talking about the case 23 years ago. Damn, if I had continued, if I had finished this last stream, I probably would have been a lot clearer to me, but it's been a week. The assassination file? The arson incident involving Amara's private residence. Amara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. Apollo's roving musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination seance could be performed. As the son of the terrorist Dirk, Nayuda was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Kurnese people. I'm gonna try this. This is my source. Oh, and just how are we to obtain new information from it? We take a closer look at it, I'm sure it will... Sorry! Try again, Mr. Justice. Although trials here are a little different than the ones back home, so things that wouldn't be considered evidence back there can have a huge impact on a case here. With that in mind, why don't you take a good look at the court record again? I think you'll find what Dirk left for you. Okay. I'd like to try that again, Your Majesty. If that is your wish. Very well then. Wait. His father's name is Jove Justice, and we didn't know that before. A photograph? Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? Could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burned to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course. With his photo and her benevolence. Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Khura'in, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! Oh, hell yeah, we got another divination seance. There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze. That's what you think. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back. Oops, sorry, I punched the mic on accident, trying to move it. He did. Yep. And boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court. And save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years past have already been deliberated at length. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why, your benevolence? If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course. Leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is Jove Justice. Alright. Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Here we go. These are so fun. I love doing these. You played the investigations games? Oh, sorry. I just read that. I don't know when you said that. I have not yet played them. I'm probably going to play them soon. They're on my list. I've heard they're really good, so I'm probably gonna play those and then the Chronicles games as well. Here we go. Burning heat. Crying. Pain. Metallic sound. I make a fan game about Godot. Should Blackwell show up? Yes, and they should kiss. The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision. Rafa's insight. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassination. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. My father's final memories. Right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? The answer is probably. Alright. Definitely some weird things going on here. I want to just let this play out for a sec. So he felt pain, dropped the baby. And what was that? What was that? Hold on. What was that? Something... Something here. Looks like a hand throwing... I think it's throwing the lighter? I believe that's a lighter. You can see it in the reflection. Whose white ass hand is that? Because I know it ain't Dirk. That's a pale ass arm. There's Amara hunched over. But she's fine. Well, I mean, she's alive. I guess was this staged? Like, I guess my question is, was she if she was, because she was supposed to be dead. I mean, everybody thought she was dead, which I guess would make sense, but also it's possible that like she was like drugged or something to look like she was dead. My question is either was she drugged or was she faking it? Because either way she didn't actually die, but I feel like there's a distinguishing, there needs to be some distinguishment with that. Obviously there's burning. The burning. That's the smell. Heat is the touch. Crying from the baby. pain. Okay, now how was... Do we know... Oh, okay. Amara was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. Okay. Sorry, let me turn the pointer off. He was struck in the head by the culprit. Where? Where in the head, though? Was it the back or the front? Because, I mean, that would be... important in this case. I guess he was struck in the back of the head. Because he would have seen being struck in the front. Metallic sound. Right, so it had his fingerprints on it, but the hand that threw it was wearing a glove, which is very fishy to me. Very fishy. Okay. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Well, yes and no. I mean, I don't think that was actually the intention. Because she didn't actually die. But I guess, you know, semantics. Ornette's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. I guess that checks out. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. Well, no. Can I select that, though? Because those are clearly gloves. Okay, cool. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Ah, I believe you are right. What could this mean? Calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well, I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire. All you have is pure speculation, but the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Okay, well, we're to prove without beyond shadow of a doubt that he was... I know that's not how Ace Attorney works, but come on. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter. It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights. If someone had his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. Alright, let's see if anything else has changed. Burning heat, crying. Pain. Hands throwing, metallic sound. He's trying to save the baby. Okay, so nothing else really different. Someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. I mean, yes and no. Who has that pattern? Is there a picture of this lighter somewhere else? Wait. Oh, that's a Mr. Dude's sleeve, I think. Maybe? No, it's a little different, but because he had like the cuffs. I remember that was a thing. He had like cuffs.
Objection!
If someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. I feel like there's gotta be something there that points to otherwise, because that's the only other addendum other than Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. I don't know why that would be suspicious. Suspicious. Question is, we need to figure out who. We need some trace of this lighter. Nothing here. Nothing here. No. 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 It mentions it, but it just says that it has the fingerprints on it. Someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, and we know not to whom it belongs. Maybe we need to look at the other ones. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Okay. Hornhead's father happened to stop by, was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. If someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. I mean, could that be suspicious? I don't know. Okay, well, he doesn't. Wait. The baby isn't crying until like 40% in, which I mean, that's a thing, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Were the fingerprints? I mean, this isn't really refute this statement. But if there was a fire, would it burn the fingerprints off? I don't think so, but calling him Hornhead while talking about his dad dying is crazy work. Um, hmm. What's up, Sasuke? Hmm. Oh no. I'm doing all right. How are you, my friend? Um, I was slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. Doing good. I'm glad. Um, man. Someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, and we know not to whom it belongs. Okay. It could be glaringly obvious. I don't know. I'm gonna like, let's see. I'm gonna go piece by piece, all right? So Jove runs into Amara's residence. Why is he there? I don't know. He feels the heat, smells of the burning. looks around. The table is a mess. Omara is hunched over. We know she was drugged with sleeping pills. There was crying. He looks down, the baby's crying. We back? Sorry, the internet cut out again. Drive me insane. Okay, so anyway. He drops the baby. He looks in the reflection of the plate, I guess. What is that? A saucer? What do you call that? I think it has a specific name. Looking in the reflection, there's a gloved hand holding the lighter. And then you speed it up a little bit. You see like a cuff. Now it looks similar to Inga's, but it's a little different. This fucking internet connection, I swear to God, literally, it is so ass. Like, it is ridiculously ass. I'm so tired of it. It's so bad. It keeps disconnecting. For what? Why? So ridiculous. Sorry. I'm just... It's so dumb. It's like $100 a month and it doesn't fucking work. Alright. Anyway. Jeez. If I could please play without disconnecting again. That would be great. She gets me so flustered, and then I'm like, cool. I don't even remember what I was doing. I don't know, dude. I think I need to get a hint.
Objection!
You look like the world's about to end there, Apollo. Huh? Oh, am I really that transparent? Refining the vision made the images we see clearer, which means there might be things in it now that we couldn't see before. Right. Take another good look at the visuals then. Okay. Alright, I'm looking. I am looking. Or hunched over? Nope. I'm just looking it up at this point. Give me a sec. Oh, why? Let's go to the thing. Oh. I'm almost there. I have to just like click through pages to get to this one part. Did the internet cut out again? Please tell me it didn't. I'm gonna screech. Wait, I was right? Oh, I guess I just didn't have... I didn't have it in the right frame. Whatever. It's been like 20 minutes trying to decipher it when I had it right all along.
Objection!
Wait, what? Let the scene play out a little. That's so dumb. Is that good?
Objection!
What? I'm gonna scream.
Objection!
Come on, I had it the whole time. So specific, whatever. Wait, then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away. Yeah! That design... It can't be. This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance's vision. That photo. So you too believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. Did he? They were a little bit more blue, but... Alright. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes. I hear they're a traditional part of a Kurani's Justice Minister's attire. You didn't think to take those off? You thought to put on gloves, but not take those off? But what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than the Kurani's late Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Karain. No, not my father. So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one? Justice Minister Inga, so that Dirk's innocent of both charges? The Defiant Dragons, they've been right all along. Ayuda? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Karain was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You, Queen Garan. What? Oh, right, she served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence? It's you, isn't it? This is madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her? I find this all very hard to swallow. Just like my pills. But I also try to swallow them all at the same time, which is probably not a good idea. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? Was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question. Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. Huh? You do not deny it, then? You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs? Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk was cleared of all charges, it'll still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Huh? Even as you used my sister against me, still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was the best interest of this kingdom. In the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta. Nayuta, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? He looks like cross-eyed like this. Dirk, the final piece of evidence you left behind. Can you just do that? Can you just retract your statement? I murdered him. Actually, I didn't. Has released Nayuta from his suffering. Now he's finally free. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our Father's creed. Whoa. I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. Let's go. Insolent fool. Not now even you prattle on about revolution. Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garon's guilt, we could continue on down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, your majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Why, I believe you're right. We know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Sadmati has retracted his confession, that woman needs to be punished. We'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan. The defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Karain. What? Do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer? There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is? Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer, so the blood-soaked clothes would have had to be dealt with somehow. they're still around somewhere, then... I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now. Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during the time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? She's just evil. That's all there is. Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa, you would not dare. When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No, she did not. So maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime. It is the most evil person in this game. Yeah, she's pretty bad. I don't know, I would have to think about if she's, like, the most evil. There's been some pretty terrible characters. Some pretty evil characters, but maybe in this specific one. In 6, for sure. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I admit no clothing was found. So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. Garan wasn't carrying any clothes. She must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. They'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. The tomb? Did we already check the... I mean... I don't know. The tomb, probably? The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? How long is this game? I believe most of the Ace Attorney games are like 20 hours, but because I'm streaming it and doing a bunch of stuff, it's probably more like 35. Probably the sarcophagus. Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belong. Ah! And by that you mean... The killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right here. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus, so the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right. Before the minister entered the tomb, killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. Got her. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. So what? This is all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case. That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. Oh, the pendant? The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. Now she panicking, yeah. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. Okay, well, I guess I got it wrong, but it was right at the same time. It was coincidental. I believe this blood splatter came from... only 3 options, really. The Queen? You truly believe the blood came from this individual? No? And where do you think this penalty came from? I think that one's pretty obvious. The spatter got on the clothes should make who it came from pretty obvious, too. Now, will the defense please tell us whose blood is on these clothes? I believe this blood splatter came from... Inga? The killer wore those clothes during the murder, and the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. Yeah. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt. You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. It could very well have been hidden by a third party. You get 3 tries and that's it, and you lose. No, you can, like, restart from the scene. Could they? Really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes does not exist. There is no one else there. No, it's just not possible, Your Eminence. I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus, is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Although the first 3 games were a little bit different. You had to start from wherever you saved, so you had to save a lot. Or else you'd have to, like, backtrack pretty substantially if you didn't save. And then I guess they changed that in, like, the 4th or 5th game. Oh, yeah, she's screwed. That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent... Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Karain? Do not think for one moment that such impudence will be tolerated. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Killed their own husband and framed Dirk. Wow, that's just insane. Yeah, I guess to try to conceal evidence and so that she could be the queen. She also staged killing her sister. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense shall also be found guilty. Ooh. What? That can't be. Can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. I mean, it's not like he knew. But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land, and as you said earlier, no one is above the law. All the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges, so let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to just let her off scot-free? And yet, I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, we'll gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But... What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. And Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. What's up, Valbell? How's it going? Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? You would still insist on accusing me. Then as ruling sovereign of Kharain, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear, for the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Kharain, I command that you be put to death at once. Oh shit. What the? Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Garan Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. But... Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. Cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm, too. What am I supposed to do? Why win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends? It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? If I accuse her, I'm gonna get shot. I guess I feel like the game wants me to accuse. I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know the saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Huh? You never failed to surprise me, Apollo. Nayuta, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Hmm? Apollo. They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. Guess that was the right choice, I guess so. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, the resolve they embody. Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of death. Because there is another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads. We won't be intimidated by unjust laws or give in to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not part of my playbook. There is only one path before us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us. Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Kharain, then your very existence is wrong. Does your desperate bleeding know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Garan is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. Dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it, either. Doubt she'll allow us to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. Can't give up. Not now. To keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. It's time for a brain blast. If I accuse Garan, Nayuta will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act. Wish I had these thinking processes. I'm gonna keep watching your live streams and everything. You're a very good VTuber. I hope you get a play button. Thanks, man. Hey, one day. The YouTube has been growing a lot lately, so thanks to y'all. Which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. The only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garan? The Founder's Orb. Maya's channeling ability? Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. The Founder's Orb the key to revolution? Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and Karain's future. In light of Garon's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder even after abducting Miss Faye. After all, only the Queen can channel spirits. Well, no, not necessarily. No. He didn't know the Founder's name, because only the Queen knows the Founder's name. Inga didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become Queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Garon and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, say I found you cute and a hot guy, give the best compliments. Oh, thank you. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. So that begs the question, why is Garon so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garon is obsessed with the orb because she wants to clear her name. No? Wants to clear her name? No, it's a little too late for that. Besides, well, okay, I guess that's true. Besides, she doesn't strike me as someone who'd think that's even necessary. I better think of a different reason. She can't channel spirits? Oh, Garon wants spiritual power. Could be. It's hard to believe, but... She wants spiritual power. Does that mean Garon can't channel spirits? That explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So if Garon can't channel spirits, it would look bad. She'd have no claim to the throne. I mean, yeah, it would be bad. Garon has no claim to the throne. Oh. Garon's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority. But if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You of all people? That's a good one. You truly lost it, lawyer. Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Garon so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to one single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow, Apollo. Hey, that rhymes. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? Do you believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Karain, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Garon Royal Guard. Oh, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. What if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen. Such blasphemy! On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Garan, you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. This piece of oh, the Founder's Orb. That's the... All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know that what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you know that the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kharain. Oh, to witness Her Eminence's great power with our own eyes. The Holy Mother will appear before us, oh great miracle of miracles. Praise be, Your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins! Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot... No, no! I want a lawyer. Summon one at once. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kharain. You can thank your Defense Culpability Act for that. Damn, got her. Your Eminence! Please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness so she may guide us. I have heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. You truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garan, your reign of terror ends here. Very well, demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium. Is something. Behold the magnificent power I have. Something. Oh, Your Eminence! O great spirit of the Founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Oh, here it comes! What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, Spirit of the Founder, grace us with your presence. The time is now, I beseech you. Appear before us. Heed my call. No, wait. I was just warming up. The rite actually begins from now. Look. Holy Mother. Damn. Wasted. Prosecutor Sadmati, how is Her Eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. Yeah, everybody except for her, I guess. And what, if I may ask, was her motive? Understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup d'etat, but what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself. What's up, Suja? Susu is here. To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. Sounds like me. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants? So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Karain think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan. My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Saad Mahdi has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, and as has Mr. Dirk Saad Mahdi in the assassination of Queen Amara. Now then, I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuda Saad Mahdi. Not guilty. Good lord, that was the longest case ever. But I guess we still have one more case, so I'll hold my tongue on that. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. You're smiling again. That revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. What a case. Case for the ages. May 19th. High Court of Karain. Accused lobby. Way to go, Apollo. I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. I'm gonna never say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. No, I was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? For me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will and inner strength forged in countless trials, you overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You really come a long way, Apollo. Nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly. Trucy? Trucy, what are you doing here? It's magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Trucy? Do you even have a passport? My magic panties are in extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I could produce a passport at the drop of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. Horn head. Barbed head. I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's pathetic, I know. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garon. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. She sure bounced back quick. So, your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you were the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara? Yes, my mother, Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining. You can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Kharain? You lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Princess Rafa, will ascend to the throne. Nayuta, but she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Saad. Is she going to say what I think she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Ouch. In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. For now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then she's going to be alright? Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. You did it, AJ. Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuta beat the charges against him. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. The revolution? Dirk. Guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir. There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Guranese history. Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuta, before I forget, there's something I wanted to give you before I headed back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. The pendant? I don't understand, Apollo. Why are you giving this to me? Wait, that wasn't it. I bet what Apollo meant to give you was this, right? Oh, alright. Oh, yes, that's it. This is Dirk's... I have to get back to the States, and I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man that's going to change Karain, it's only right that you have it. To change Karain. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo. I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There's something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. May 19th, former Sadmati law offices. So why'd you bring us here, Nayuta? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Karain. What? But why? We have lost our queen and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to this court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as lawyer and me as prosecutor, we shall rebuild Karain's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? It's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. Plot twist, yeah. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. Revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ, you know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course, I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Right Anything Agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do? I mean, to be completely honest, I was probably gonna fire you anyway. Office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. You know? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you, too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Athena, true, see. Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Write Anything agency? Or should I stay in Korean and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? Gotta make a decision. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Korean? I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision, after all. Whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Ooh. I made it. Ooh. Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I decided to stay here in Korean. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. Can't let his sacrifice go to waste. See. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo. Never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't. Apollo? Ooh, who are you again? There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you, so knock him dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. But I am taking you off the insurance, so... I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm gonna support your choice all the way. Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Grammary proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. I have like purple hair or something. In other words, game on. You bet, and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. Legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple, must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us. We must continue to nurture them so we in turn can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
Yay! That was Turnabout Revolution. Well, that's it for this case, but there's one more after this. Go on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I want to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. Seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave just yet. Fierce rivals, you know. I can't believe it. It's just not the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kind of miss him too. I know. We should go visit him. It's going so fast, I can't read it. After seeing Mr. Justice in action, then I came to be tourism. That's what I'll develop tourism industry, and I'll roll out a night tour centered on and make a museum. Boy, the ideas just keep on coming. Flawless delivery. I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky. Thank you, but Prosecutor Sadmati says he has a need for me, so starting tomorrow I'll be working in Crane for a while. Look at it this way. I'm sure it'll be an educational experience. True, plus I can't... Fuck. I'll see what I can do for Crane's revolution. Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation on your return. Why do they make this so fast? I know what you read faster, but come on. Darn that forehead face. Ever since he revealed the secret behind our teleportation direct show requests have totally dried up. Well, we'll be here on the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we'll take Trucy up on the offer. She said we could make our debut as magicians at the Right Anything Agency. Shut up, I'm gonna show her up someday. Nothing fires you up like a sibling rivalry. Brain is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling Terrust will watch over him. Ha ha ha, have no fear. We'll see Dirk's legacy through to the end. It just goes fast because it's end credits, yeah. And before the dance pose, wah wah. It sounds like little Feta is saying something. Come on, little guy. I'm struggling here. I've been playing double duty ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm gonna make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am. She's quaking in her boots. Widget, I can do it. I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this. Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state? Don't be mad, Simon. There's a huge, but it should taste fine here. Burp. You great big pillock. Just lost my appetite. It's hard to find good help these days. Wouldn't you say, old chum? I lost his voice. Like, channeling all these voices that I made throughout the last, like, 2 or 3 months. The trial the other day really inspired me. I even created a Rakugo routine based on it. It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience's thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Fuck. You're giving away too much. Keeping the tornado school going. It's our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shisho. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid. With my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and their fancy schmancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me. No match for fire.
The university where my father worked is letting me help. One day I'll discover an egg.
I'll be going on a dig in Karain soon. That private justice, it better not be slacking off.
I'm gonna be super busy now that I'm in the head of the Fae clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Karain Village. Ooh, I have an idea. How about opening a store where we buy new outfits? Well, look who's all grown up now. But I think there are a few more pressing things to do first. Yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before we make a revolutionary makeover.
I'm trying my best.
Mother, now that you have stopped being Nana, I want a new Nana. I wonder if there will be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You are quite a handful after all. Yep. With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. Think I would be put on undue burden on other people. Fear not, Reina. You have plenty of people looking to perhaps fuck. So fast. Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red. What have I done to deserve such this, while I am at the merciful phase to be given such a dismissive name? Oh, what am I to do? Perhaps I should consult Apollo about this.
How's he doing, Mr. Wright? Great. He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This would have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh. Jove. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they've both grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Oh. Is it happening? Ace 6-5. Crazy. We're gonna start the next case. I don't know how far we'll get into it, but this is going to be the final case of the Ace Attorney main series. We've been going at this for 7 months now. It's finally coming down to this. I've heard mixed reviews about this case, but my understanding is that there's a lot of returning faces. It's kind of just like a feel-good case, I guess, so we'll see. All in all, I think the writing in this game was a lot better than the 5th one. I feel like good luck with the last case. Thank you. I guess this next case is considered the DLC when the game came out. E-commerce. Special thanks. Capcom. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Building a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge, but I will say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. You've not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice. It's just, I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Karain's legal system or not? You are. We need to move through with this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know. But besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate it will only add about 16 clients to your caseload. Now wait just 1 minute. I have been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I have already received requests from 380 new clients. I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? I trust you did your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There is no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today.
Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead.
It's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of. Objection! I was wondering when they were going to do it. Well, here we go. Turnabout time traveler. The way she says Hornhead. The final case. Special episode. Turnabout time traveler.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back. Back to that blissful moment.
It's almost time for the reception, milady.
It actually really worked.
Okay. September 21st, 10:13 a.m. Bright Anything Agency. My understanding is that this case takes place after the events of the last case, which is different from the special case in the 5th game, because it took place like between like the 2nd and 3rd cases or something, or the 3rd and 4th, I don't remember. But this one is chronologically correct, from my understanding.
Okay, let me make sure I've got this straight. When your magic panties appear, I do a backflip into a handstand, then blow out the candle? No, Athena, you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can. I believe in you, Athena.
Trucy, what are you and Athena up to?
Athena agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show.
I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first.
Now it's human cannonball this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know.
You've made your bet, Athena. Now you've got a lie in it.
No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already.
My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office.
And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh?
You've got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter and a magician.
And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Right Anything Agency.
Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean?
If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm gonna forget everything I ever learned.
Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, Nick.
Oh, business is as slow as ever, Nick. Bet you made more money back when you played the piano.
Oh. It's Larry. I thought it would be Maya. Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. Yo, long time no see. Larry? Haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Larry's back. Some big news, that's what. Okay. For those who don't know, Larry was like a huge character in the first 3 games. He was actually the first, he was our first client. So that's kind of a big deal. They're bringing back the Lair. The Lairmeister. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, it's so big that you had to come and tell me in person. There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now. Alright. How do you do? Hi? That dress. Is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket? As in Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright, Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So actually, we've decided to get married. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figure it's time to finally settle down. What? You're getting married? Oh, wait, I don't believe it. Besides, why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame you, but green's really not your color, you know? Alright, Larry, lay it on me. In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. Hmm? I'm in love with Soren. Not you. Say what? Oh my god. That's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstood. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. This is not happening. I haven't shook off the police for you. And for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we're lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room. And that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick. Me and Ellie were gonna elope. We were gonna put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake him off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on.
Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them... You've gotta be kidding me. Oh, brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Oh, Nick, what's a guy to do? Ellie's dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You've really gotta stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business. Maurice Dunham. I can't believe you didn't know that I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's wildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. What? That heart-shaped pork chop? Chop? He's not a pork chop. He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his airs of amore. Q Piglet. And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Q Piglet's Lovey-Dovey Lark. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will ya? I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. No psych-locks. I guess that means she's telling the truth. Helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh? You might find this hard to believe, but... truth is, I'm a time traveler. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now, wait just a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... Uh-oh. What's going on? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. And not just one or two, but a whole bunch. Uh-oh. Daddy, a whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. What? This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Hey, Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3... 44, 45? Wow, I'll talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiling faces and their warm home-cooked meals. Ah, when the heck are you, a detective? Now hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there, it's too dangerous. Wait! Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Oh, it's Emma. I'm sorry for all the commotion. So what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who had holed himself up in here with the murder suspect after he made off with her. And the fleet of patrol cars? The police are being extra careful, because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb." I am sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police were being so persistent, I had to do something, so I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick. We gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry. I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, 'cause it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip out on me? I've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You better stay in practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. That's cold, boss. You've got to get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. Beep. No. Stop, I'm begging you. Ah, she's getting away. You get back here, Athena. I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions. Especially about that whole time-traveling business she was talking about. I bet we're the only office in existence that uses magic props as furniture. At this rate, Trucy's props are going to wind up taking over the whole office. I mean, they're already halfway there. I haven't played this old thing in a long time. Not that I could ever play it to begin with. And considering all the complaints I get, I guess I better just continue to not play it. Maybe I should tidy this place up every once in a while. Still, I bet we're going to use all this stuff sometime soon and again anyway, so it's probably better to just leave things where they are. Apollo's jacket, Athena's notes, and Trucy's magic props. Not that I'm complaining, it's nice to know my friends and family are always close by. Charlie. Really looks as lush and green as ever. Thanks to Athena taking such great care of him. I guess I should pitch in every once in a while too, huh? This office might look messy, but at least I keep all of my clients' personal info safe under lock and key. That's what a successful man does, right? Put his efforts where they count. To the detention center. September 21. Detention center, visitor's room. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Nick is gonna defend you, Ellie. Isn't that great? Larry, told you I haven't decided yet. What? Why does she have a pan? You're not going to take my case? Never gonna be happy. Miss Wyatt, what the? Did I do something wrong? Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. Oh, the police won't believe me, and neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell. Alright, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying. Ooh, really? You will? Bro literally 15 minutes ago was complaining about not having enough work. The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Right.
There, it's gonna be okay. Now try to pull yourself together.
All right, just give me a moment.
Oh.
I'm truly grateful to you for taking my defense, Mr. Wright.
Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. This Mike has been here for a long time. Looks pretty worn out. But this little guy has made thousands of conversations possible, so I'd probably end up feeling kind of sad if they just up and replaced it. Look at that guard. He's standing right in that camera's blind spot. In that position, I bet he could even doze off and get away with it. That camera, what is it pointed at anyway? If they're trying to film the defendant, shouldn't it be pointed more this way? Wow. Expert analysis. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident.
All right. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury.
Wasn't Bloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you?
No, but
what?
well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married.
Jeez, jealous much? What a loser.
Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me into the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant.
That pendant?
Yes, it was a gift from my husband-to-be, Soren. He said it's a symbol of our love.
And so you made a wish on it? I'm calling it. It's her husband that did it.
Now, you may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but I begged the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started.
So that's the time traveling thing you mentioned back in my office?
I'm sorry, but I have to say, it's pretty unbelievable.
Unbelievable?
No, don't do this again.
I knew you'd never believe me.
Nick, Ellie here is an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. I'm sure there might be an alternate explanation, but we'll see. Sure, Larry, sure.
But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged it for help, and it really did send me back in time.
Is she listening to herself?
I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all.
Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder?
Well, after the reception ended, the second reception, I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself.
Hold on. Cleaning? Why are you cleaning on your own wedding day?
For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet.
I see.
I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern.
So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right?
That's right. I just came across it by accident. But I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him.
So this this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time? Time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Pendant worn by Ellen. It seems she received it from her fiance. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked?
Yes, good idea, Larry.
So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right?
That's right. We've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all.
Oh, Ellie, how could you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you. We're meant to be together.
What? You're wrong, Larry.
I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like?
His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny.
Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in...
That's right. The next president of Sprocket Aviation.
Wait, he's in line to take over the company? He's nothing... He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly.
Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison.
Ellie, you're breaking my achy breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh?
I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant.
I forget she's like a maid.
He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren.
So, what's this shadowy figure you saw, Ellen?
It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I had lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind.
You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was?
Afraid not.
You told anybody else about this?
I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream.
Can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't! Ellen's statement added to the court record. Ellen saw a suspicious third party on the Vista deck when she was being attacked by Gloomsbury. When Ellen was attacked by Gloomsbury out on the Vista deck, she saw in her dazed state a shadowy figure hit Gloomsbury from behind. She fainted immediately afterwards, and thus didn't get a good look at whoever it was. Okay. Guess I've asked her all I can for now.
Spick and span, spick and span.
Ellen, what are you doing?
I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can I? Has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span, spick and span.
Let's hope we can wipe away all the suspicion from you soon, too. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, it might change your mind about me, you know? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. Alright. It's a blimp. Blimp murder. Or airship murder? I don't know. September 21st. Sprocket Park. Mooring dock. So this is Sprocket Park, but where's the reception hall? Reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky there. What? What is it? I just spotted me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. I'm an artist, after all. Oh, miss, yoo-hoo. I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. Ah, well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Wow, that airship is huge. Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. Wow, that airship is huge. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. But I've gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. Wow, this thing's really banged up.
You looking at the sign? They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway.
I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado.
The repair guy was saying, don't touch, it's dangerous.
I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy. Looks like it was a lot of work. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man. I wasn't on my game today. So now that you're done, you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying Chapel? You mean to tell me... Yup, Ellie's reception was on that airship. Whoa, Sky High Reception Hall? Yep, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum, too. The happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. Flying Chapel pamphlet added to the court record. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did? Yup, should be here any minute now. Who could it be? That red sports car. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know I did. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right?
Surprise! Now I admit it. That was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it?
Maya, what are you doing here?
Larry called me up. Said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride.
Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me.
Nick, what's Larry talking about?
He's dumped by his bride. Well, his imaginary bride, anyway.
Wow, poor Larry. That's a new low even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriend's never hurt anyone, right? More power to him.
Maya, finally she's gonna be part of a case and not either the the suspect or somebody getting kidnapped again. This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. But now that her training is over, she's back home here in the States.
That's right. The new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready.
Look at you, Maya, all grown up and cute as ever. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever get married, I miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. Edgeworth. I figured that car belonged to you. When did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down. Oh my god. Edgeworth! Ah! This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine. Just friends. And the district's chief prosecutor. I hear he's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? Just so you know, right, I am the lead prosecutor on this case. What? You? Yes. Oh, yeah. We're so back. It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends on the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right?
What do you mean, settle it amicably?
It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug.
Whoa, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout?
Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds, to the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket.
So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right?
That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I'll always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities regardless of who I'm up against. For that is a part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty sprockets. Right. If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, then they have another thing coming. You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests. But all they got instead was you. Edgy, come on, man. How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? Shut up, Larry. I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back, not for you or anyone else, especially not you. Thanks for the warning, your righteousness. How you been, man? How's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course, unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Huh, guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, right? But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy, including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me?
He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he?
Edgeworth, about this incident. Don't forget, right, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries? No. I guess we are adversaries for now. And you, Larry. Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect. But Edgy, we're old pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along. Wah, Nick, help me out here.
Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever?
Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out.
Well, Nick, we better hop to it too.
Up to what?
Hop to a. Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is gonna be fun.
Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene then.
Yeah, and away we go.
Might as well jump right in, I guess. So, what do you think?
Well, let's see. I think the inside of Mr. Edgeworth's car smelled heavenly.
No. Apart from Edgeworth's car. I mean, do you have any ideas about this case?
Sorry, I can't think of a thing. But what are we wasting all this time thinking for? There's investigating to be done. Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of evidence we'll find.
You seem really excited.
You bet, Nick. The dynamic duo is back in the saddle again. Let's go round 'em up, partner.
Alright, let's get to it then. So, what do you think we should do, Maya?
Isn't it obvious? We start by investigating every single place that has anything to do with the case, and then grill every single person involved.
Enthusiasm is kind of overwhelming.
Now, go forth, Phoenix Wright. Search out the truth. Well, don't just stand there. Say something.
Yes, ma'am.
Louder.
Yes, ma'am.
That's more like it. It's not every day you get to see an airship up close like this. so I'm pretty psyched for this.
Me too. If it wasn't for the fact that it's the scene of a murder.
Oh, right. I almost forgot about that part. Wow, that sign really got smashed up.
There were some really high winds yesterday, and they say that the bench was blown right into the sign.
Wow, I wish I could have seen that.
If you'd been there, you would have gotten blown away by the wind too, you know.
That sounds kind of fun, actually. Don't tell me you'd ever try to use an umbrella to fly when you were a kid.
I think I'll take staying alive over fun, thank you very much. Strong wind blew this bench straight through the air, apparently.
It looks like they fixed the sign, but left the bench right where it landed. I wonder why.
Maybe the repair guy just hasn't gotten around to it yet? I don't know. Seems a bit suspect.
So that one little tower is all that's keeping the airship from being blown away?
Apparently. It must be sturdier than it looks.
You know what it reminds me of? A single mom raising 3 kids while holding down a full-time job.
Sure. Where did that analogy even come from? Oh, I missed Maya. And her random quips. Oh my god, the music.
Whoa, it's one of those zigzag cabinets for dividing a person into 3. I've never seen one in real life before.
One of Trucy's magic props.
Ooh, let's try it out.
I don't know. It's probably dangerous to get in that thing if you don't know how it works.
Oh, come on, Nick. Just hurry up and get in there already.
Why am I the one on the chopping block here?
Come to think of it, you used to be a pianist, right, Nick? So play something for me.
I'm not really good enough to play in front of other people.
Can I play then?
No way. Get complaints from the hotel next door.
No fair.
It's just that's a callback.
It's just a glorified shelf. Nobody plays it, you know. Ooh, there's all kinds of interesting stuff here, like this hoop.
Maya, that's not a hoop for hula hooping, you know, it's a
hoop used for levitation magic, right?
How did she know?
So are you thinking about a new look, Nick?
What are you talking about?
Red jacket.
Oh, that's Apollo's.
Maybe you should wear a little red every once in a while. But, it's not really your color, is it? Then again, you never wear anything but blue, so why not give it a try? Here you go, Nick. Put it on.
Like I said, it's not even mine. He's too Bara.
It's Charlie! His branches are as handsome as ever.
Charlie seems happy to see you too, Maya. His leaves are greener than usual today.
Well, he looks super healthy.
Always make sure he's watered and well cared for. By we, I mean Athena and Trucy.
These are all your case files, right?
Yes, and there's private information on my clients in there too. So no snooping.
What's this? Affecting teleportation magic?
Huh? Trucy must have swapped out my files for her magic books.
Your attorney's badge looks so nice and shiny on your lapel. It's so cool, like the mark of a true hero.
If I can be a hero to my clients, that's good enough for me.
In that case, I'll be the commander that controls the hero from behind the scenes.
Wait, are you saying you've been manipulating me all this time?
Go Robo-Right to the crime scene.
I guess that makes me a robo-lawyer. Whoops. September 21st, Flying Chapel, Reception Hall. So this is the reception hall.
According to my pamphlet, we're right here.
Yikes, we're pretty high up. At least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad.
Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here. Mr. Wright, Maya. Does this mean you've taken the case?
Yeah, that's how things kind of turned out. So, do you mind if we take a look around?
Be my guest. We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead.
That was a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. So do you think you could give us a rundown?
Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you?
Time traveling? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected.
Victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household.
One was a maid for that family as well, so that means 2 of them were co-workers?
Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very closed and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back.
He was the lead servant. He must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss?
We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her.
And what circumstances are these exactly?
Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands.
But why would a bride who was just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that?
Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back.
The victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought. Well, that would be self-defense, wouldn't it? But why did he attack her to begin with?
Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first? But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick?
It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that, but I wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim.
But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president.
Okay, so I'm glad that they mentioned that. Because they used to not. They used to just be like, self-defense, okay, get fucked.
But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company? Sounds like a modern-day fairy tale.
Kind of a scandal, but...
It does, doesn't it? The thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently.
So what was the murder weapon, Emma?
This clock with a secret mechanism built into it.
Oh my god. A clock, you say? Damn, we really are taking it back to 1-1.
It was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered.
So the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? That's funny, there's no blood on it as far as I can tell.
Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence? But there was definitely a luminol reaction, and it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. They call it the Timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day.
Time machine, huh? I'm gonna think of it. Ellen said her pendant was part of a time machine. Wonder how that secret mechanism in this thing works. Timekeeper added to the court record. The murder weapon, dubbed the Timekeeper. It's a clock with a secret mechanism. What was the original killer clock called? The Thinker? I think it was the Thinker. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So a maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Yes, apparently the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. That would make sense why they were so quick to jump on her as the one who killed Gloomsbury. That didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding.
Love flourishes in the face of adversity.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yep. If you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spent all of my spare time in Korean watching soap operas on TV.
I'm not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya.
Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her.
So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who opposed their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. But we got a 3D situation. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding.
Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though.
They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get that much time to enjoy their dinner.
Aw, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can imagine having a huge feast in front of me and not being able to eat it.
They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. Those tight corsets squeezing their waists, they can barely eat a bite.
Really? Sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture.
I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. So that's the Vista deck out there.
But the view is amazing. I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick?
Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. This must be where the time machine was placed.
Can't believe that such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence no matter what it takes.
I agree. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. I think that about does it for this area. Wow, look at the horns on this flying bovine. Must be a bull. Seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece.
One piece? By the looks of those wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily too.
Yeah, I bet it would be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like.
What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle?
Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside and change the light bulbs.
I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted.
Guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? It makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing. I don't know, that seems pretty peculiar. A open space that a person could hide in, definitely something that Ace Attorney would pull. I feel like they have pulled that, in fact. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. Kind of a romantic notion, don't you think?
Yeah, but I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well.
I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. A model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding.
And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. Oh, I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? The Steel Samurai zipping through the clouds over Neo-Old Tokyo?
If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening.
Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later.
Please at least wait until after the trial is over. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. It looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken.
It's not a cow, Nick. That's Pegasus, the flying horse.
No way. It's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything.
But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. Apparently it's called a Pegamoo.
I did not see that coming.
Yet somehow the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know?
Ladders and step ladders awarded.
Huh? That's strange.
What is?
Well, this Pegamoo is definitely a male Pegabull, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's Pegable. Yeah, I'd say so. What with the horns and all?
Okay, well, that Pegamoo over there is also a Pegabull. But take a look at the pamphlet. See, the one on the right says Pegabull, but the other one says Pegacow, female Pegamoo. Right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have Pegamoos for the happy couple.
What the hell are we talking about? So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and female pair of Pegamoos. For some reason, there are two males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room? It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. Broken lantern added to the court record. In any case, we'd better check this thing out. What do you think this is, Maya?
Looks like a flower petal to me.
What an unusual shape for a flower petal. You suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this at any of the tables. Wonder where it came from. So this is where the body was found. The first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found?
Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head.
I just noticed that her phone case has the same sticker that is on Phoenix Wright's beanie in his outfit thingy. His like casual fit. It's a photo of the scene as we found it. Photo of victim matches the court record. Did this come from the lantern?
Ick, it's covered in blood.
Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern?
Can you imagine going to open a door and finding the knob covered with blood?
That'd be bloody awful, to say the least.
Really, Nick? Come on. Not cool, man.
Hey, what's this? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck.
Ooh, let me take a look. Looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush. And why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of the line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. That is really, really attentive of you, Maya. I guess that, yeah, that makes sense. That's why my shit is always smudged. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. Maya confirmed right-handed. Guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert. Hey, even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright. Let's get back to the note. Leave early because my mom was having trouble. I needed help her. Oh, no worries, man. Hope she's okay. Let me I'll fill you in. Jeez, we already got a whole roster. So our good friend returning cast Larry Butts came rushing in with Ellen Wyatt, who he claimed he was marrying, which was apparently not the case. Ellen Wyatt apparently was going to be marrying her husband to be, and then after the reception, she was being, I guess, assaulted, physically assaulted by Dumas Gloomsbury, and therefore she in a rush told basically cried out, "Take me back to the good day, the good times." And this little gear that she had seizures and everything. She will be 49 soon. I'm just happy to help her. Aw. Well, I'm glad that she's okay. This pendant, I guess she claims, took her back in time, which, if that's the case, that's a new one for Ace Attorney. And then, so she relived her reception, and then instead of Gloomsbury assaulting her, she found him dead in this this Pegasus cow thing. Victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the peggable lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers not found inside the reception hall. So yeah, that's about the gist so far. And Maya's here with us, and so is Emma. And Edgeworth is the prosecutor in this case. So we're taking it back to the old days. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Whoops. So Emma, where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. So you plan on pushing Ellen off from there? What a monster. Bloomsbury's note added to the court record. I guess that about does it for this lantern. Now hold on. I always say that, but then there's like one or two things left. Which are probably not important, but I still want to look at them anyway. Okay, maybe not. Not in this case. Never mind. Carry on. Is there anything left from this angle? I cover all my bases.
wonder what this partition is for.
Imagine people like the reception staff or entertainers use it. They probably wait behind it when they're on standby.
I see. Well, except I don't, because that's the point. With a partition this size, I bet they could even fit an elephant back there.
Not that anyone sane would. It's a fog machine. I wonder if they use it during the reception.
Ooh. Hey, Nick, go stand over there for a sec.
Why?
Just because. Now go.
Alright. Got a bad feeling about this.
Fog Master 9000 on.
Maya, no! Huh?
Oh, nothing happened.
Looks like it won't work without some dry ice.
Darn it. All I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke.
Fog machine added to the court record. A device that utilizes dry ice to emit a large amount of thick fog-like vapor.
Get a load of that huge set of doors. I bet all sorts of things come and go through here. Like an elephant.
Pretty sure it's just the bride and groom. This is a banquet hall, not a circus. It's a fog machine for the reception. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it. Aw, spoil sport. It's because I know how you operate. Looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is.
That face looks awfully familiar.
Yes. Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. Business card wallet added to the court record. Business card holder with a peculiar yet suspiciously familiar imprint in the center. Well, I guess that just about does it for the crime scene.
Hey, Nick. I want to see the rest of the airship. You might as well, since we're here.
True. I might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Whoa. He's a cutie. Huh?
Nick, how long has that guy been standing there?
I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? Anyways, everything going well so on in this game? Yeah. So far, so good. Well, other than a murder. Huh?
Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane.
I guess we're supposed to read it then? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome.
Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. Or to put it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation.
So he's Ellen's fiance? Oh, there he goes.
He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes.
An inventor, huh?
Yup. He even designed this airship.
That's pretty impressive.
Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen.
Oh, right. Looked like he was heading outside. Yeah, shut up. I wasn't finished. That's one big partition screen, industrial size even.
I bet it'd cause an industrial-sized mess if it fell over.
And that's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya.
What? Then who's gonna test how stable it is?
Just leave it alone, please. Okay. Now we can go. Oh, they said outside, so I guess the mooring deck. Yeah, I gave it, I don't know if did you miss my recap of it? It's okay if you did. There he is. Excuse me. Could we talk to you? Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask what you're doing? Hmm?
He sure is riding up a storm.
It is possible. If an enormous change in mass, then theoretically matter can retain this form and then crosses the event horizon. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So could we ask you about the case? Ow! What the? He's the strong, silent type. What the? Not interested. Not interested? How can you say something like that?
This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know.
The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of... He's off in his own little world. Can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. We just have to talk on his level then with something he might be interested in. Hey, plane boy. Look at the plane. Look at this, huh? You like this plane, huh? The timekeeper. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket. Can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Did you take a look at this? Hmm? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought.
Wasn't even listening?
Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected, based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind.
I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police?
In other words, not interested.
This guy's the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen.
In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention.
So is time travel really even possible?
Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, the clock we had displayed in the reception hall, that is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part.
That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless somehow it accidentally interfered with the natural flow. We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the time-space continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel as a mode of transportation? Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. They are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. For generations, Sprocket Aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as a man's next great leap. Yawn. Oh, is he done? So, what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Well, basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-thru to it, I guess. Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system. So what Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. I could fix him. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too. When it comes to investigations, anyway. Or inventions, anyway. Yeah, his apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So, I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Soren? Oh, whoa. Master Soren, it is time for the meeting on the next term's project. Sorry, everybody's British in this chapter, I guess. What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? Tut. You are the future president. You must consider the business side, too. It is I found Soren. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nickety. I'm sure there's a persnickety. Persnickety. Pierce Nickety. Please call me Pierce. I'm the Sprocket family butler. Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I am most grateful to you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So hey, speaking of the case... Oh, one moment, please. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch.
Oh, it's just a bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. But I guess it makes sense. Knowing the time is pretty important in his line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There is a little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to the Sprocket Manor? Huh? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I'd like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, Nick. A fancy high society tea party. What high-class snacks and everything. With high-class snacks and everything.
And what about the investigation?
Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house?
I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads?
Of course it will. I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place.
Alright, you win.
Very good. To Sprocket Manor, then.
September 21st, Sprocket Manor Foyer. Or Foyer. If you're uncouth.
Wow, this place does not disappoint. Ooh, I'm so excited.
Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere.
Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions?
Huh?
That's why you invited us here? I am sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation. Oh, I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks, too.
There, Maya. Don't cry. This Pierce guy is one shrewd man. Maya's having fun. Oh, she's always having fun. She's like a kid in a candy store.
Hey, Nick, look at that cute vintage radio.
Radio? Oh, that thing over there under the stuffed bull's head?
I'm gonna take a closer look.
I thought I told you to settle down.
I am sorry.
Not to worry. Robo Butler. She just wants cookies. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up.
I'm not only the butler, but I'm also the Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty. That was incredible. What is that little doohickey on your shoulder, anyway? It's my fixer-upper shoulder mech. Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though. That's so cool! I wish I had one of those. Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. Must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. Should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it?
Well, I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it.
I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then.
Do we now?
The prosecution says that when Gloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back, and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family.
Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office to bring back all of your loved ones. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, it would.
into bearing this case. I like his design. You know I love a long-haired man. I fear you are mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer a part of this family. Although on the other hand, it's not the right thing to do. Yeah, you'd be like defying the laws of humanity. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler. Seems like foreshadowing, but okay. You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well. Don't you think? Why? Because because Tony gave them similar voices? I don't know. Yeah, I could have easily pictured Edgeworth with a butler. Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that. It sounds like he's still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Excuse me. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still, have lemon slices at the ready, just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand? You sure are busy. All in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Could you tell us about the thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There's something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me. This isn't something I should be sharing with strangers. Now I really want to know what Soren's still hung up on. It was sometime after the reception. Some of the Master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with the bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right, she's happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. And that is what I told the police, who came in response to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? I'm gonna pee real quick, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Sorry, duty calls. Alright, where were we? Oof.
Nick! Look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round.
I see they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. Wonder if it doubles as a fan.
Ooh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency. How cool would that be?
That's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. It must be where the sprockets get their milk.
Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk.
Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Oh, Phoenix. You know better.
Hey, Nick. Now, here's a real lady.
She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she?
Wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship.
That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable. She was a great lady. Soren's sister? I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Selena Sprocket photo added to the court record. Said was, so I assume she's no longer with us. Oh, are those pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here.
Do you mind if we have a look at that photo?
Be my guest. Take as long as a look as you like. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds.
Wow. How beautiful Ellen is here. She looks like a little nervous, though.
She does, doesn't she?
Hey, look. There's Pierce.
Really? Where?
Right there, behind the sweetheart table.
Oh, yeah. A little eerie. Hey, you're right. Bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner.
So, what do you think, Nick? Does anything in this photo stick out at you?
No, not at the moment, anyway. What's up, Titus? Photo of the reception added to the court record.
Hey, Nick. If Ellen really did travel back in time, do you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, after the time jump?
I wonder. Excuse me, sir? Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. Okay, here's my conspiracy theory. She did not actually travel back in time. This was a psyop. This was a psyop that everybody was in on, where she was attempted, there was an attempt on her life, and then she got knocked out, and they did almost like a Groundhog Day situation where they recreated the reception so it seemed like she traveled back in time, but actually she didn't. I know that's crazy, but also this is Ace Attorney, so I don't think that it's completely impossible. Huh? He clammed up faster than a clam. Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Oh, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card. The Flying Chapel? What areas on the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I might ask? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key card? That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen's keycard doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so, and she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. He was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? A bull. Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapel, too.
President of the company must have a thing for cattle. The bull is the symbol of the sprocket aviation. To be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company creed, you know.
Like, for all the backbreaking labor they put their employees through.
By the way, that bull logo on the Flying Chapel, the one with the rainbow wings, his name is Rainy the Rainbow. Get it? I get it. He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rainbow, right? What a memorable name, huh, Nick?
Yeah, for the lameness of the pun. Oh, it's the bridal bouquet.
Hey, Nick, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it.
Why me?
Just because. I bet you look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it. After all, you're probably gonna be Edgeworth's wife someday.
What? But doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go over the bouquet?
Who cares? Just catch it.
Wow. Very progressive of Maya.
Here.
Ow! Hey, you threw that right at my face.
Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet, trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last.
But I already caught it.
Whoops. Too late now, huh, Nick?
Don't you dare touch that radio again. Looks like an expensive antique.
What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again.
I really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill. Am I missing something? Oh, I think we just got everything. Okay, now we explore, I guess. Okay, maybe not.
Pierce, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. You wouldn't mind. Could you tell us about her? Alright, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past? Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line. So why isn't she becoming the next president? Because she died in a car accident. What? I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. He also became quite... Wow, okay, I guess... Sasuke, you kind of called it. I think he's trying to bring back his sister. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around them. He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him. Yeah, I bet you feel bad now, huh, Maya? Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. Hey Nick, what are you doing here? Hey Nick, what are you doing here? Larry? Oh man, Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Q Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it. That's awfully... You know what? Sure. That is the most ham-fisted way to bring Larry back in. But then again, it's very Larry. Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You can learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now's not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See? And this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I? What were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of, but never mind that. Do you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with... You weren't involved in this case, were you? Huh? Larry. Hey, he took off! I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. He's a little sketchy, but I kinda hope it's not him. September 21st, Sprocket Park Mooring Dock. There he is. Hey, Larry. Hey there, friend. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Huh? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration from my new picture book hit me and I had to run is all. It was like a Q-epiphany. You dig? Right, a Q-epiphany. Right. He's just gonna keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? Come on, Larry. I know you were on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. Uh-oh. Huh. Cyclops. You say something? Spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. In what is a probably very strange mechanic if you are new to this franchise. They're called Cyclops, and when I see them, I simply present the Magatama to try my hand at breaking them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of him. Do I want to do that yet, though? Doesn't seem like I have any other options. I kind of miss when they were, like, a little bit more mysterious with the investigations. Like, I feel like a lot of the investigation now is just like, here, do this. And it's not like, I feel like it doesn't take you, like, on almost like a, it doesn't just, like, sit you down and, like, make you do all the things, which I kind of don't like, you know? It's a little late to be saying this, but I just feel like, it's weird that that's the case. I feel like it was a little bit more well thought out. Because you used to have to, like, go everywhere and find a bunch of stuff before you could even do the Magatama stuff. But Larry is hiding. There's no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you've got it all wrong. Got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? You weren't involved, Larry. Then you wouldn't have been involved with this person. Ellen. You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place. And all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. Larry Butts. Thanks, Sasuke. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. Don't diss me, Nick. You're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? What? There's a picture. Or no, there was... He left his wallet. Let me see some proof, if you've got any. Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof that you were on that airship. Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? Whoa. Alright, fine, you got me, I'll tell you everything. I did it, I killed her. Her? Uh-oh. Isn't the victim a girl? No? Well that's awkward. What you saw on this airship. Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Huh? I didn't know you took on real jobs like that, too.
Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. And that's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo of the welcome sign, but seeing her in person, the way she smiled at me and said thank you, oh, I felt like I'd been hit by lightning, dude. And that's when you fell in love with someone else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Well, that's pretty normal. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it? He's got a ping pong ball floating in his pipe. So somebody else must have found it and brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on that flying chapel. Like... Get a load of this. What the heck is this? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So what's so incredible about a cabin? I already think I see where I know. I think... Sorry, I don't know. Sentence structure. I think I already know where this is going. Look at what was outside the window. It's one of those flying dinosaurs. A real life pterodactyl, dude. I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. What? What? When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. Why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine. No way.
Nick, this case is totally amazing. Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you?
Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. Well... I didn't even tell him I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head had he learned about this. Larry's drawing added to the court record. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. But how is that possible? I'm starting to think my theory is right. Hey Nick, I'll be taking my card wallet back now if you don't mind. Business card wallet swiped away back by Larry. Oh yeah, this is for you. What is it? It's a picture of the hold. I took it when I was wandering around on the airship. See, there's Ellie right here in the middle. The hold? Yeah, see? It's right here on the diagram. Okay, so now I know where the hole is, but what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. I see. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred? I don't know if it'll be any help, but thanks for this anyway. Well, now that you've said that, it definitely will be. Photo of hold added to the court record. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how did you get in there? That's a trade secret, can't tell you. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that basically is a wrap on the investigation.
Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen too.
Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center so you can say hi. Okay. So here's my thought process. This little thing here, I think, was broken in such a way that it caused like a light refraction on the window. Because it's kind of got those like little spikes. Yeah, there's like some spikes going on. It is probably like shifted around. I'm sure that's gonna come into play later. Anyway, to the detention center. September 21st, detention center, visitor's room.
No, why?
Please understand that this is in Master Soren's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. Oh. An ex-president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us.
If it isn't Mr. Wright.
So, their marriage is definitely off?
There's no other choice.
We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best.
No!
In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right? I suppose you are right, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence.
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or for worse.
Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. And the reality is, Miss Ellen is quite guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce.
I'm clean, I swear I am. Obsessively, compulsively clean. Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress.
Fine, you have my word. But you will be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you will excuse me. Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation, and we'd like to talk to you about what we found.
Okay, so what did you find out?
In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands.
It wasn't what it looked like. It's true I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again like I had done earlier. So I picked up the time.
That's what I was going to say earlier. Like, if she could go back in time before, why didn't she do it again? But I think we've already figured it out.
So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking.
You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution.
No.
And as for your little trip down through time, none of your in-laws can confirm your story, I'm afraid.
I see.
The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something.
Really? What did he see?
Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. Claims he saw a pterodactyl fly outside the airship.
What?
Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nickety told Larry to keep quiet about it.
But why would Pierce do such a thing?
Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine, to be exact.
Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret?
I really don't know. Speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you.
Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while getting things ready for the reception. I'd looked everywhere for it.
I'm so glad you found it. At least they're tears of joy this time for a change.
Well, Nick, it looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. That's right. I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time.
Great, with stodgy skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. We're really gonna have our work cut out for us. It's trial time. September 22nd, 8:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown.
And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren.
Do you think he came to see how she's holding up?
Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say.
Blueprints.
Huh?
The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are?
Oh, they're in your room, third shelf from the bottom, on the right-hand side.
Ah, I see. He's leaving already? Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold of a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder?
What about me, Soren?
Ellen. He's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. Oh.
Soren!
Later. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words, but it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved.
Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear?
Don't worry, I'm gonna do everything I can to prove your innocence.
You, Mr. Wright.
Mr. The trial's about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. But you will. 6 of them, I gather. Maybe more. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Ellen. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. Almost as if this is the last case. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away.
We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Ho ho! Still not one for light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law.
Guess we'll just have to have the party without him then.
However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least.
He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Wyatt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible. He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid the criminal charge. Wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Emma Skye, forensic investigator. And I'd like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor.
Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma?
Well, we're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly.
I expect no less from you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best. Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick.
I really couldn't care less.
Couldn't.
You couldn't care less. Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial.
Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less.
Now, Detective Skye, if you please. Rundown of the case.
The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Struck twice?
Yes, it's as they say. Ran down on that bitch twice. The first blow...
Okay, we're just gonna ignore that.
The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious, yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head.
Which means what exactly? I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did? But how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious.
Nick, is he saying what I think he is?
I don't feel so well. And thus, Mr. Wright has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report. So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual.
It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right?
Right, but now the judge has a negative impression on Ellen. I have a negative impression on Ellen. He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. I'm guessing since this is the preliminary testimony, we're just gonna go through it. Well, it's 4, so maybe not. We'll see. Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the timekeeper?
Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the timekeeper, and it's definitely heavy enough to kill someone with.
But would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy?
I tried it myself, and I was able to lift it up just fine.
Maybe you're just freakishly strong?
Excuse me, Mr. Wright? I'll have you know that people in the forest know me as the dainty forensic investigator.
Sorry, but really, you're hardly a delicate flower. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial if you know how. Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir.
Moving on.
Oh, I missed this. This feels like original Ace Attorney. Just missing Gumshoe, but I mean I don't dislike Emma. I just miss Gumshoe.
The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern.
The defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind?
The victim must have tried to run once Miss Wyatt started fighting back. It's probably when he got hit from behind.
I see. Thus the blow to the back of his head.
The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock.
I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary Ellen looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind.
May I go on?
Yes, of course. Please do.
The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon.
But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body that she tried to use the timekeeper to go back in time. Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound? But Miss Wyatt really believed she could travel through time with that clock. You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know. Yes, I agree. Me 3, but it's all I've got to go on.
Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way. Whoops. Well, it looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claim. This is so exciting. I haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages. Yeah. Okay, Nick. Now go get him. No need to rush me, Maya. Alright, I better start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have, and look for any glaring inconsistencies. Miss Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again? Well, about that. Allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again indeed? To finish off the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Gloomsbury. Urgh. Miss Wyatt would never do a thing like that. Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory. Are you gonna just stand there and take that from him, Nick? Can't refute his claim head on, so I'll have to approach it from a different angle. Well, looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claim. Okay. Murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. I mean, that checks out. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. Okay. First point of contention. He's hit from behind? Oh, I forgot to mention, too, the picture that Larry had. Those, they mentioned those, like, flower petals. I'm sure that's gonna come into play later. Because they're also in here. If he was struck from behind, he would have fell flat on his face, but he fell backwards, so that doesn't really make sense. Well, I guess it's not impossible, but seems a little fishy.
Objection!
Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. What do you mean? You take a look at this photo of the crime scene. You'll see that the victim is lying on his back. The victim had been hit from behind, as you claim, and he should have fallen over into the lantern face down. Yeah. It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's Edgeworth's. Mr. Edgeworth's. Yeah. Ooh. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Mr. Wright, you think I'm gonna just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken. He was unusually fired up today. Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to do my absolute best too. Listen, Mr. Wright, it's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed. That was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. So what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Is it possible that the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? Is it possible? What? Wasn't it heavy? It's not possible. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? And what makes you so sure? One look at this here and it should become obvious. One look indeed.
Was it like the wreckage?
Those broken bits of the lantern? Yes, if the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undistributed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up before the lantern even broke. Makes sense. You're right. But wait a minute, if that's true, when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. The victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, and the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. If my theory is correct, then the victim was killed between the first night of the reception and the second night of the reception. If there were 2 nights of the reception, which I think there are. I have no definitive reason to believe that other than the fact that it's my only explanation for time travel without time travel being a real thing in this universe. What? In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims. Oh. Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. Really, Edgeworth? Really? After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred, changes nothing with regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended. Objection! Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? That's... Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone somewhere put the victim's body in the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put itself in there. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, the murder actually occurred before the reception. It opens up the possibility that the defendant didn't do it, and that's what we're trying to prove. The defendant didn't commit this murder. Oh, for heaven's sake. Even if the murder was committed before the reception, that alone doesn't erase the suspicion against the defendant. Seems that was too ridiculous of a leap backwards for Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Wright. I suggest you look before you leap and think before you speak. I guess I got ahead of myself on that one. The murder actually occurred before the reception. It opens up the possibility that he was killed some other way. Victim was killed some other way. What does the victim's time of death have anything to do with how he was killed? I suggest you read the autopsy report again, Mr. Wright. Especially the part that states that the victim was clubbed to death with the timekeeper. It was worth a try. Damn. Should know better than to just say the first shocking thing that comes to mind. Actually, it was the second. I've got this. I just have to stay cool and answer rationally. He was killed somewhere else. The body was hidden inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it somewhere else. Oh, you're right. I am? Run that mouth of yours all you want. Doesn't change how much I want to kiss it. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. Very well, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? The flower? Flower petals? The photo of the victim again? Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. Flower petals, Mr. Wright? These petals are from a kind of flower that were not present at the reception hall. This means they must have gotten into the lantern when it was somewhere else. And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from. Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Notice how their petals are of the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo? Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower. What's up, truth-seeking? Is that really all you've got? Of flowers, of flowers, of flowers, of flowers, of flowers, of flowers, of flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. Afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. I love flowers. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young. So I assure you that this is very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor... Let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to after all, unless it were me. Just kidding. Unless... But maybe you should study up on them just in case the opportunity presents itself. Oh! This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. Actually, I know 4. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. The body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason. It would completely destroy the prosecution's case. Then you mean the body was... Yes, the victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all the evidence, and soon you'll see what I mean. I wish he would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct? Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well. Let's see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Gloomsbury was killed after the reception.
And that's completely contradicts your claim.
I guess so. Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Bright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? Sure, though I must say you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon?
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics. Basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. Very well, let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright.
The victim could not have been killed before the reception.
You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right?
Of course I do. And you're gonna feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception.
Cause of death: cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. One contusion was found on the back of the head, and one on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. I've read the autopsy report too, you know.
Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean.
Detective Sky, I think you've overlooked something big.
I have?
Why don't you take another look at the evidence?
I've already looked at all the evidence. And quite carefully, too, I'll have you know.
Detective Sky, do not be taken in by his verbal antics. He's simply bluffing, as always.
Right, sir. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong.
Is it possible that the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death?
No, not in this case. There's no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing. There's no fridge on that airship big enough to fit a body into.
So you've already checked into that, I see.
It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Couldn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice?
Yeah, if they had the means to. Prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really?
I take it you don't think it is, huh, Nick? In that case, we're gonna have to find a way to convince them otherwise.
Yeah, there's gotta be a way somehow. What time was the reception? Love is always in the air on the Flying Chapel, the only wedding venue sure to make your dreams take flight. After the ceremony out on the Vista deck, Sprocket Aviation's majestic Pegamoo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. It's a clock with a secret mechanism. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Wasn't there no dry ice? Large amounts of dry ice were placed in the fog machine to produce a thick fog during the reception. Was the body placed in the fog machine? What's up, Lee Popcorn?
I don't know. Let's try it. I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Finally, and that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And the machine could have been used to falsify the time of death? Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform this magic. Why does everyone call me Lee Popcorn? Oh, I interpreted the 3 as an E. Le 3 Popcorn, is that right? I'm doing good. How are you, my friend? Dry ice. Ah, yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see. So your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold. Oh. In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception? And the prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. I'm glad. Glad you're doing good. Huh? For what? I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now, thanks to you, I do. Oh, how convenient. What piece of evidence? To get into the hold, one needs a key card like this one. And here we have a record of those who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant. What? So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been... That's right. It was none other than the defendant. The record of the key cards used to access the airship hold. Hey Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's. Dumas Gloomsbury, Pierce Nickety, Ellen Wyatt. Interesting. Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety had also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit?
Objection.
Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hall in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Le 3 Popcorn isn't wrong, but I don't know why I thought people would get the 3 right. We don't all speak the same languages and stuff. I think it's because people when people see like numbers in the middle of words, they immediately like their brain puts like 2 and 2 together, or 3 and 3 together in your case, and immediately think that it's like being like because a 3 is like a 3 looks like a backwards capital E when you look at it, the same way that like a 4 kind of looks like an A, a 1 looks like an L or an I, a 0 is an O, a 6 is a lowercase b, a 5 is an S. Are there any others? An 8 is a B also. 6 and 8 are B's. 7 is an L, kinda. Looks kinda like an L, but upside down. Including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright.
Well, my last task as servant of the Sprocket household.
I even got called LeBron. Okay, that just sounds like dyslexia.
I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet.
I see. Gah. Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie. Even after all these years. Nevertheless, God, you're so attractive, I could kiss you right now. Thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is... Some people just call me Popcorn or Popcorny. Well, nice to meet you, Popcorn. Ellen Wyatt. Yeah! Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. I've really mastered the art of screaming quietly since living with roommates. It's 4 in the morning and I don't wanna wake my roommates up by actually screaming.
Way to go, sir. You've got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat.
I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face. The laugh sounds like a cough. I guess it's a little coffee. Is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up. I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Oh. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see, Mr. Wright. Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? Why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff? Because it will be.
Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there.
I will. Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it. How do you know it's Miss Wyatt who used her keycard? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you, I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what?
Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's keycard.
You can?
Remember? The one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member?
Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's car. Larry Butts. When something smells, it's always the butts. That's your witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? You never breathed a word about that to me. That's not surprising, because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the flying chapels. I keep wanting to say chapel. Chaperone. Popcorn, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the flying chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me as proof. Then was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside to the reception hall? You know as well as I that with him anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school? When something smells, it's usually the yeah, that's the quote. Yes. Exactly. Ah! Love that sound effect. Ah, that Larry, he'll pay for this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery. Yikes. I was too intrigued. Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it. No, why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time. Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth. A pairing tightrope walk for the defense. Phew, I'm exhausted already. Boss. Oh. Boss! I'm here for moral support. Athena, you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sorta ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Huh. Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey you, you're not getting off that easily. They get along so well, don't they? God, I love this B-plot going on. Reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. Oh my god, Gumshoe mentioned. We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you. So Larry's the next witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Court will now reconvene. Nick. That voice acting is amazing. Oh, thank you. Edgy. The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Right. Nick, how could you? I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there is a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Here we go. Nick is a jerk face. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk. How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Wow, great testimony. From the one and only Larry Butts. Oh. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can any of you show me a little respect? Even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would if there were any testimony to cross-examine. What am I supposed to do with this? Come on, Larry, can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk. Don't you have any compassion for me? Well, no. How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school, dude. I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Mr. Wyatt that entered the hold with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend? Well, technically, yes. But it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick. Wants everybody to feel sorry for him. You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine, in that case. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Larry, listen to me. Shut up. I'm not talking to you anymore. This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. Well, you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty. For real? If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I would have any problem with that myself. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall?
Larry's a big baby. I never moved any bowl lantern, I tell you. Bowl lantern. What? Did I say something weird? You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? Wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah? So what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. So how could you know that it was a bowl lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were 2 pegables by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bowl in the air in here. But, please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Anyone could tell there were 2 pegables by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. Seriously, Larry. If you're hiding something, you better fess up now. I'm telling you, I don't know nothing. Why do you have to doubt me so much? Why? Because you're you, that's why. Edgy, you think Nick's being awful to me, don't you? So you tell him. Tell Nick what a big meanie he is. I would if I thought he was being one. Not you too. Why doesn't anybody ever take my side? Wish I didn't have to doubt him. Something about what he just said doesn't add up. Finally got a decent statement out of him, huh, Nick? Yeah, finally. Sure, it took a lot of work, though. I hope all of this leads somewhere. Alright, we got an addendum, so it's definitely this one. Anyone could tell there were 2 pegables by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. No, that's literally just that's just not true. This is the most like nah type of rebuttal, but literally it's not. This man literally said, "Look at the pamphlet." Girl. I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a pega cow and a pega bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Aw. But on that day, instead of putting a pega cow and pega bull out for the bride and groom, there were 2 male pega bulls on display. The stuff Larry is saying doesn't make any sense. Yeah. He's on that good kush and alcohol. There were 2 male pega bulls on display. Yeah. Yet somehow you knew there were 2 pega bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the pega bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? No. Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? Is he high right now? Probably. He's always like this. That's what it looks like. What? Wait, Nick. You don't think I'm the murderer, do you? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him? Maya, not you too. Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as I went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure.
But some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. But that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the aerodactyl te. The aerodactyl te. Larry. Mr. Wright, not even you would take this farce that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? No. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and try to elope with her. Just because I try to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. Nick, old buddy, old pal, I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that considering your sworn testimony just now, that we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth. Understood? Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. Why? I was poking around this reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Okay. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? Then that means the victim really was killed before the reception. Broken lantern updated in the court record. It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant. Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus he had become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Gulp. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. What was a note like that doing it on a lantern in the first place? You've got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left the note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful. What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy. I don't believe it. Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Edgeworth. Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. You think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. Why didn't you tell us that sooner? Because I knew you guys were going to be suspicious of me, that's why. We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it. My thoughts exactly. Well, now I've told you. Happy? So how about letting me go? No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out.
Grr, fine. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event, and I saw a lantern was broken. Hold on. Lantern you swapped out was a female Pegamoo, a Pega cow, right? Yeah, I guess. Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one? Sorry, I messed up my chat window, and now I'm trying to get it back to how it was. Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I don't have time to check for little details like that. You didn't want to get caught. You could have just left well. You could have just left well enough alone, you know. It's a weird sentence to read out loud, but I guess I get it. Whatever. Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw there was a note on it that said exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all that hard physical labor on her own? It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you into trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope. I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time? Yeah. When I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time, I didn't have as much luck. Those Sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to this case? Yes. It is important. Mr. Butt's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin. I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin. So you got locked up. Then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Mr. Wyatt? But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait. Huh? You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. This picture? And in what sense does this piece of evidence contradict with the statement? It doesn't contradict it at all, does it? Indeed. Oh, don't mind me, Your Honor. It looks like I just made a tiny mistake, that's all. guess I don't get penalized for it, but it's kind of annoying that I gotta go through all this again. The photo? Nope.
Hold it! Take that!
Is that? Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also said you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts? I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. This was a 200 IQ play. Only real fans of Rick and Morty would understand. After all, you need a high-level IQ to watch that show. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Then through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Got it? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why what I said makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last? Well, none of the Sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do. It was more influential than the One Piece time skip, and that time skip was crazy. Has anybody here watched One Piece? I've seen a bit of it. Oh, I didn't expect the judge to be a fan of One Piece. Anyway. And Ellie remembers it too. And I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing? Go on, Nick. I know you can do it.
Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick.
To heck with it, I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself just before the reception began. What? I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What the fuck? What?
Objection!
What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind? Probably, Mr. Edgeworth, but this is simply the conclusion I came to, using the logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine? Yeah, I even saw something while we were time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Jesus Christ, man, what is this case? Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip. Suddenly, sorry, I suddenly turned Italian for like a split second. What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
I'm more of a plesiosaurus type of guy, but that's kind of crazy if true. You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. No, I don't. Well, as I thought, Mans is smoking on something. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Not so fast now, AG. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. I took one college course and then flunked it. So you could say I learned a thing or two. And that's about it. Oh. You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here, dude. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. And now that I say it out loud, I think I'm kind of committing a crime because I wasn't supposed to be there, but it's fine. What? What? Yeah, you like that? Larry, I can't believe you... Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice. But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well. Please show the court what's different then. This case is crazy. This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. Who is bro over here? On this photo, the butler is standing there. But it's kind of hard to point that out. What proves that 2 receptions took place? Color of the flowers? Oh yeah, yeah, true. Good call. Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she's holding a red bouquet.
You're right.
You can thank chat for that.
Who's chat?
I'll have to tell you later, Maya. What does this mean? It means that the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time. What?
Nick, you did it. You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true. Well...
Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. It turns every assumption we've based this trial on upside down.
Objection!
I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There's simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth?
I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That never happened," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether.
That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes.
What?
Let's start with this then, shall we? There's one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. It's because the time machine is classified technology. I'm not done, you bird brain.
Bird brain?
As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too?
That's a good point.
Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still. How do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back in time to my youth. What about whimsy? I wanted to frolic with the flowers. Cereal on Saturday morning cartoons. I remember back in my day, I watched Steamboat Willie. That's how old I am. Anyone know of Steamboat Willie? Anyway. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. Or charms, or handsome chiseled face, beautiful biceps. I've read about it in various literature, you see. They all say that time travel is just not logically feasible.
Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick.
Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me. The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. I know of Steamboat Willie. Hell yeah. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? Time travel doesn't exist, and there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is everyone at the reception. That's what I've been saying. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, considering the family is super rich and powerful, they probably would have the ability to do that. Well, a brilliant deduction defense. Oh. Thought this was just like some random guy. A brilliant deduction defense. I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all in the light of day. Then that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Ugh. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Gloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed. They needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There's just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold, it was the Vista deck. What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up. But the fact that Miss Ellen killed Gloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite the turn of events. Okay, I was wondering if this case was going to end soon, but apparently it's a 2-day situation. So, cool. And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now. Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it. I bet I can't either. Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling. Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit. You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third-person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it. But by the same token,
How can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. Just kiss already, jeez. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. Phew, that was close. Mr. Nickety? As for you and your cohorts attempted to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. Alright, we'll start the second part. And then I gotta duck out. September 22nd, 1:48 p.m. Write Anything Agency.
What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception?
Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it.
Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? Wonder how much that must have cost them.
I have no idea, but if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me.
You got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back.
Hey Maya, you all set to go?
Yep, ready when you are. So, what should we start with?
Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true.
So what really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this mystery person?
That's the million-dollar question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is key.
I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright.
Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of this whole cover-up plot was too, so that's good.
I mean the groom, Soren Sprocket, right?
Exactly. He might know something that could help us out. So then what am I doing here? So then what am I doing here? I'm a very busy man, you know. Well, all of the other people involved are Soren's family members, so I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. Even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh man, I have a really tight schedule, but oh heck, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead, ask me anything. I'm like Reddit. You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? I want to go over exactly what happened before I step outside this office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? Oh, if I gotta... Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in a cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. He forced her out onto the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. When you get off, have a good day and everything. Can't wait until you go live again. Thanks, man.
But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy is claiming anyway. But I knew my Ellie didn't do it. The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul. As I was locked up in a cabin at that time. But she managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope. Place was completely deserted. I guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready fast and had the second reception soon after that. Then after the second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body and the lantern I brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. Pierced Butler guy, where? We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it, along with the identity of the mystery person. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Send him my way. You're gonna have to fight over him. Do you see anything unusual while you were in there? In the cabin? Let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual. Oh, right. That drawing of the pterodactyl you saw. What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear. But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened. Which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh. Are you doubting the eye of a super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. No, I'm not even sure what I saw. Probably mistook something for what he claims is a pterodactyl in this picture. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right. And I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I better go. I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's a Maurice Dunham book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me. Looks like I guessed right. Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? It's very generous of you. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put them down as office expenses or something. Well, see ya. Wait, Larry, we don't need... he's gone.
I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed.
Oh boy, Trucy's not gonna like this office expense.
There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick?
Right, we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen?
Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up.
I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Aren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall.
On me? Really?
Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so you can go ahead and run along now.
But boss...
Off you go, Athena. No, I don't want to die. We better get going too, Maya.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's all for today. We are well within the final case of the Ace Attorney main series franchise. Very bittersweet, but I'm loving it so far. It's very, very fun to see all the old faces and some new ones as well. So we'll continue it, maybe finish it next week. I don't know. As always, check me out on the Discord.
Like, comment, and subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you don't want to miss a notification for a video.
Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow. As always.
This is definitely fruity.
It sure is. I don't even remember what we're playing tomorrow. But we'll see. Love y'all, and as always,
Ciao. Bye, everybody.
the One Piece is real.